Good morning, drivers. We're going to kick off our concourse. If everyone can start making their way out to the front straight with their cars, please. So once again, drivers, if you can, everyone can start making their way to the front straight. Bring your cars to concourse. So all drivers, make your way to front straight with concourse, please. Alright, so all drivers to front straight, please. All drivers to front straight. Bring your cars with you, please, drivers. We're going to do our concourse for the morning. All drivers to front straight.
everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. I'm getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry. But the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes just it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beaches aren't far, and it makes a great destination to come race. Bring the family. You can do a lot of stuff. So that's a little look at England Park Raceway here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, fantastic club that supports racing, and if you got a chance, we hope you can make plans to join us here at England Park Raceway.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Saturday's program, which is qualifying. We look to get 5 rounds of qualifying done today. So this is the Queensland State titles for all classes and the FEMCA Championship for GT8 and GTE. So welcome back, and as you can see on the track at the moment, concourse, and the drivers' meeting will follow that in about probably 5 or 10 minutes. Racing should get underway around 9 o'clock.
Just from my side as well, too, guys. We do have a pretty big day on our hands. A little bit of hustle goes a long way. If you are coming out to Marshall and you're on the last Marshall out there, maybe a little bit of a geography is helpful. You know, if there's a lot of person out there with here strolling across, it kind of just slows your day down by up to a minute. A minute per each, it ends up slowing around down by 10, 15 minutes per round. That puts you further and further behind getting out of here at the end of the day. I personally don't want to be driving home at 7:30 at night. I've got about an hour and a half drive to get home from here, and I have to do the same drive tomorrow morning. So a little bit of hustle goes a long way, and that's for every single thing. So I'm not trying to pick out anyone here. There's that little bit of extra hustle today, and we get through today nice and comfortable. I believe that we're aiming 5 qualifying rounds because the football is distinct. And if we have time, then great. If we don't have time, then those steps will run it tomorrow morning. So it'll be a live loop. So you'll have a 3-minute warm-up session when you're lapping around. So if you're coming in at 45 seconds, by all means, come in at 45 seconds. I don't need to call you in. I'll be counting down the time. I'll tell you a minute, 45 seconds, 30 seconds. You come in whenever you want. Release the car whenever you want. The loop will be live when it hits 0 seconds. I'll let everyone know this is a live loop, and you'll be right to go from there. Put yourselves out. Got 7 minutes or 5 minutes for each electric. Find yourself a bit of space, run qualify. Maybe another thing to mention with that as well, if a faster driver does catch up on you during a hit, allow them to go through, give them a bit extra space, run your own race. You're against the clock today, not each other. Don't race with the person that catches up to you. If you're having a bit of a rough race, allow them to go through. Got it? Alright. GT drivers, if you guys can start getting them ready, please. GT drivers, start getting them ready. Whatever guys on track in about 5 or so minutes. You'll have a 15-minute session. Get your cars cleared back up. can get our GT drivers start making your way up.
Hey everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. I'm getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry. But the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beach.
Okay, currently on track at the moment we have the GT8s out for a bit of a practice run. Did have a slight problem with some fuel. This is a controlled fuel, and so we've rectified that issue. The guys are out there now just doing a final retune and getting things sorted, ready for qualifying.
Drivers, listings are now available downstairs. They were also available online on Wi-Fi. So check either one of those. Number stickers, ensure you have your number stickers going for the qualifying. That's what's back straight.
Once again, good morning everyone, and welcome to the Queensland State titles, and also the Queensland State titles for all classes, and also the FEMCA champs for the GT8 and the GTE. On track at the moment you have a open practice session for the GT8s after a bit of a fuel issue for the controlled fuel, just a final retune, and these guys will be off the track and qualifying will commence. Just over 7 minutes of this practice session to go, and these cars will be off and qualifying will commence.
Caution in the dog leg, caution dog leg. Stay inside the dog leg, please. Caution dog leg, stay inside. Still there, still there. We'll get someone out to grab that, please. Caution in the dog leg, stay inside. Caution dog leg, stay inside. Still there. Still there, guys. Still there. Stay inside in the dog leg, please. Stay inside. Still there, guys. There's another car on the track upside down behind you, buddy. Caution turn three. Caution turn three. Thank you. Thank you. 1.5 minutes remaining, drivers. 1.5 minutes remaining. Buddy on the back there, there's a car just behind you. Nice on the back. Final call. Make sure you have checked what race you are in and what number you are in. We're going to be rolling on into 200 mil. 200 mil Corey. Starting them ready. Hit number one will be up very shortly. Marshall will be our GT drivers. So GT drivers don't go too fast. I'll share you will be straight at the Marshall. Final lap come around here, guys. Making your way into pit lane, please. Drivers making your way into pit lane.
Okay, that concludes the open practice for the GT8 class. Just as mentioned previously, a bit of a fuel issue with the controlled fuel, which has now been rectified. So now we'll start the race program and qualifying in the Tourers Heat 1, Round 1.
Anthony Watson, Rick Ravensbergen, and a Jack Gunn. 7 drivers, 7 marshals. Please and thank you. 200 mil Torre, hit number 1 drivers, Mike Jackson, Michael Frank, Scott Humberston, Tyler Clark, Thomas Mitchell, Paul French, and Ricky Kane. Well, have you guys getting ready, please, and start making your way up to the stand. We'll roll straight on into qualifying. 200 mil, hit number 1 drivers. You all have your numbers sorted on your cards. If you do not, start running.
Okay, Heat 1 will be on the track shortly. So racing will commence for the Queensland State titles for these cars. So 200 mil Tourers up first. Marshals are making their way out onto the track.
Once again, our marshals out there should be GT8, each number 2 drivers, Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roach, Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony Watson, Rick Ravensbergen, and Jack Gunn. Let's get you 7 drivers, start making your way out there, please. 200 mil Torre, heat number 1 drivers, Mike Jackson, Michael Krennick, Scott Humberston, Tyler Clark, Thomas Mitchell, Paul French, and Ricky Kane. You can start making your way up onto the stand. We'll get things rolling for the day.
Okay, drivers are making their way to the stand now. So this is going to be Heat 1, Round 1. And it's the Nitro Tourers up first.
The track will be open in about 45 seconds. We should have all of our marshals out in position. We have 7 marshals out there. This is
Okay, racing will commence shortly. We're almost ready for the warm-up period. The track is open. Heat 1, Round 1, Nitro Tourers. Okay, this heat is Mike Jackson, Michael Serrick, Scott Humperson, Tyler Clark, Thomas Mitchell, Paul French, and Ricky Kay.
drivers on the commercial side, going to check them from everyone except the start on the street.
Just over a minute for the warm-up, and then the racing will commence. Rolling start as per usual.
Seconds till start. 5 seconds till start.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Come in and refuel, and away we will go in Heat 1, Round 1. So this will be the first round, the Queensland State titles for this class.
20 seconds final. 20 seconds.
Okay, the track is live, so racing is underway. Qualifying Heat 1, Round 1. Just let these cars settle down and we'll start looking at some of the lap times.
thirds around girls first in the qualifying up here. Starting off with our 20 mil crew. Ricky Kay out front running this one.
Looks like Ricky Kay setting down some reasonable lap times at the moment. His fastest lap at of this heat is a 19.127. So Ricky Kay setting out some good pace in the opening laps of this heat. Michael Serick and Tyler Clark following closely behind. You're watching the Queensland State titles for the Nitro Tourers in association for the FEMCA championships for the GT8 and GT8. About 4 minutes left on this of this race. Okay, the lap times are starting to come down a little bit now. Michael Serick with an 18.672. Michael Jackson with an 18.819. So some good pace coming into the later parts of this race.
Michael leading away over Ricky Kay, nothing in between the 6 for the second. Not too far behind as well. Mike Jackson, Paul French on the side, Thomas Mitchell and Steve Robinson. Not nothing out there at the lane. Number 2 drivers should be getting ready. We'll be up next. Look for nice quick turnarounds throughout the day here.
Top 3 positions currently: Michael Serick, Ricky Kay, Tyler Clark.
Drivers under a minute to go. Rick now back out in front. 6 seconds second over on Michael. Corby coming to the front strut. Thank you, Jack. Oh, unlucky there. Couldn't have got much quicker on Michael. Fortunately, not quite in time. 30 seconds seconds left on the clock. So that was Michael. Looks like Michael out from Heat 2. Trying to the goal, he's wide. 15 seconds left on the clock. Ricky UK out front. Tyler Clark out to P2. Mike Jackson only a couple of tenths behind at P3. Final couple of seconds ticking on down in this heat. Number 2 drivers, please be ready. We'll be straight up.
Okay, getting to the final parts of this race.
You guys get called done, please drivers. You guys get called done.
As they cross the line, it'll be the end of this qualifying run for Heat 1, Round 1. Looks like Ricky Kay's taken it out on a 22 lap pace, 22.716. Tyler Clark on a 21.711, and Mike Jackson, let's call him, 21.712. So fairly close. So getting ready for Heat 2, Round 1, which is probably the slightly faster of the Nitro Tourers. Okay, track is open for the drivers of Heat 2, Round 1, Nitro Tourers.
start drivers, minute 15 full stop. Less than a minute full start drivers, less than a minute full start.
About a minute to the start of this race, which is Heat 2, Round 1, Nitro Tourers.
30 seconds drivers, 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10 seconds drivers, 10 seconds. And Luke is live drivers, Luke is live.
Okay, we're underway. Live timing now. Heat 2, Round 1. Ty Moylan just cracked the 18-second bracket with a 17.895. Just let these cars settle down a little bit and we'll watch these lap times come down. Current race order: Ty Moylan, Taj K, Andrew Bardetta, but pretty much setting down some outstanding pace. Ty Moylan, he's cracking high 17s pretty regularly. Fastest lap so far is 17.77. Actually watching the lap times creep up a little bit now. They're all sort of back into the 18s. Andrew Bardetta moving up into second spot at the moment. Zach Bardetta sitting in third. A few fuel stops coming into play at the moment, so we'll just let that settle down until we can get the placings back into their correct order. Ty Moylan has definitely got the pace on the rest of the field at the moment, consistently lapping probably 3 to 4 tenths faster. Andrew Bardetta currently holding down second, and Taj K sitting in third. Okay, winding down into the final parts of this race, a bit over a minute and a half to go. Still Ty Moylan well out in front. Andrew Bardetta just getting some lap times down into the low 18s with the actually fastest lap of an 18-second flat, which he's consistently doing into the low 18s, so he's moving along quite nicely. That's Andrew Bardetta. Just under a minute of racing to go. Ty Moylan still consistently lapping into the 18s flats. Oh, a bit of carnage on the back straight there, but hopefully all cleared. Didn't actually see whose car it was, but marshals were quick to sort it out. Okay, time is up, so they will complete their last lap. Okay, Ty Moylan, he's finished with a 23.705. TK with a 23.716. Andrew Bardetta, 23.7 flat. They're your top three. Zach with a 22.708. John with a 22.721. And Tom with a 21.701. So Ty taking that one out quite convincingly. Okay, so looks like the Masters are up. So 8-scale Masters.
just away. Heat number 2 drivers all out to Master Flip. And he sees one of our door drivers should all be out to Master. Up now is 8-star Masters. 8-star Master drivers should all on the stand ready to go. Looking for the rest of our Centerville crew drivers out to Master.
Okay, so we have in this race, which is the 8-scale Masters, Tak Wu, Daniel Morris, Andy Shard, Scott Craig, Chainsaw, Mr. McCulloch, Jason Clark, and Snapper.
Missing someone on position number 2, missing someone on position number 5. We could be looking for Marshall, guys. Our Marshall, we should have Ty Moreland, Todd Taylor, Edward Barnetta, Zach Barnetta.
Just waiting on the marshals to get in place, and we'll get the Masters underway. Top seed in this group, actually, Tak Wu. Looking for a solid performance from Tak. We'll try and follow him on track for a while.
Drivers, 2 minutes to start. Still looking for a check from Daniel Morris and Jason Clark. No check from Daniel Morris or Jason Clark. Just the caution going around out there.
About a minute and a half to the start of this race. About 30 seconds and we'll be underway in the 1/8 scale Masters. Okay, we are now racing.
issues there. The one going into Spain. You don't know Andrew's God. Having a couple of issues.
Okay, we'll just let these cars settle down for a bit before we start reeling off some lap times. Get over their first few lap nerves and settle into a bit of race pace. I do expect Tack to do very well. Been driving many, many years now. Very consistent driver. Competed internationally. So definitely one of the masters in the master class. Okay, just following Tack around, who's now just posted the fastest lap at a 16.886. Snapper sitting in second, and Mr. McCulloch, better known as Chainsaw, in third position. Scotty Craig, Jason Clark, Andrew Shard. Looks like a Danny Morris had a DNS. So still Tak Wu out in front. Pretty much fairly safe regarding his position at the moment, well out in front. Snapper sitting in second. Mr. McCulloch Chainsaw sitting in third position. Scotty Craig, Jason Clark, Andrew Shard, and Daniel Morris at DNS. Attack consistently sitting in the 17-second lap bracket. Very low 17s. Current pace is lapping the field, so Tack actually a master class in the Masters. Race is almost complete. Takwu crosses the line on a 24.703. Well in front of the rest of the field. Chainsaw, 23 laps in 7.12. Looks like Snapper will take third spot in 23.713. That completes the Masters, and Takwu well out in front.
System up a little bit through the scrutineering side of things. So GT drivers should be getting yourselves ready. GT will be our third, followed by IC. Up now though will be our 8 scale. Takwu putting it on CQ for the first round. Masters drivers, scrutineering straight out to Marshall, please. Scrutineering straight out to Marshall.
Okay, just waiting on the 8 scale Masters out to Marshall. The next group up will be 8 scale Open, which is should see some fast lap times from pretty much everyone in this heat. Top 3 after seeding. Top spot went to Russell Greninger, Tim Moylan in position 2, and Richard Alsop in position 3 after the seeding round.
That's exactly the turnaround time that we need. The old boys are showing everyone how it's done.
Looks like the marshals are in place. Track's open, and the 8 scale Open on the track. About 2 minutes to the start of this race. Watching the 8 Scale Open, round 1. Russell Greenwich, Tim Moylan, Richard Alsop, Al Savage, Cameron Newcomb, Andrew Gillespie, Chris Young and Jackson Nolan. Still watching the warm-up for the 8 Scale Open, round 1. – 30 seconds to the start of the race. Okay, timing's live. You're watching the 8 Scale Open. Queensland State titles. Cars trigger their timing and start racing. Okay, Russell Greenwich is setting a outstanding pace early parts of this race. Fastest lap of a 16.460. And Tim Moylan just goes in for a new hot lap of 16.4, but still sitting in second position behind Russell. Al Savage moving up into third, and he's also 16.4.68, so the lap times are coming down. Top 3 drivers all lapping in the mid to high 16s. Andrew Gillespie's still in the hunt here too, just lapping similar times. Cameron Newcomb, Chris Young, Jackson Nolan. Looks like Richard failed to start this one. Russell Greenwich is still putting down some outstanding lap times. Fastest lap of the race so far at a 16.342. Still Russell Greninger with about a 5-second gap over Tim Moylan in second position. Going back, Al Savage sitting in third, Andrew in fourth. Russell Greninger still out there putting down faster laps with the fastest lap of the heat, 16.274. So Russell Greninger commanding lead over the rest of the field at this stage. Yeah, looks like Russell's had a bit of a slow lap there. The last lap time I saw was a 23.4, so looks like Russell may have had a bit of an issue. Yeah, that's brought the time between Russell and Tim down to about a second now, second apart. A bit of bad luck there for Russell. About a minute and a half to go in this race. And nothing between Russell and Tim at the moment. Less than a second between them. Yeah, Russell putting down some good laps now, just stretching that lead out to about 2 seconds. About 45 seconds remaining. Race is almost over. Looks like Russell will take this over Tim with about a 2-second margin. Okay, Russell has finished on a 25.7 flat, and Tim Moylan on a 25.703. So about a 2-3 second break there. Al Savage comes in third place, 25.713, 24.702 for Andrew. Cameron on a 23.715. Jackson 22.707. Looks like Chris Young had a bit of an issue, and Richard did not start. So unfortunately there for Richard after putting down some very quick lap times yesterday. Bit of support there for Tim from Shane. Thank you, Shane, for logging in and sending that support.
ACL open drivers straight out the marshal, please. Up now, our GT8 from FEMCA's class.
Okay, GT8E is your next group, and this is part of the FEMCA Championship. GT8, Lachlan, Anthony, Brian, Rex, and Stuart.
The 8-scale open drivers should all be out for marshal. 8-scale open drivers should be all out for marshal. Track is open drive.
The track is now open for their first run of the day. This is a FEMCA Championship event for this class.
Let's start drivers.
Okay, about a minute to the start of this race. GT8, which is part of the FEMCA Championship. This is round one for the GT8 class.
Seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
15 seconds, drivers. 15 seconds.
Okay, the track is live.
Number one GT8 drivers, E1 GT8 drivers, should be getting ready for the scrutineering now. Number two drivers should be prepared as well. Once again, GT8 IC drivers get through scrutineering nice and early, give those guys a bit of a head start. Keep us on track a little bit better.
So at this stage we have Lachlan currently sitting in position 1. Fastest lap time for him at the moment is an 18.624. Anthony Wasson and Stuart Pearson taking out the next two spots.
Minute 45 down. Here we got Rocky Pearson leading the way. Popping up with an 18.5 last time by. Working his way through the chicane. Coming on to the front straight away. This time by. 18.3 goes even quicker again.
Lachlan well out in front at the moment. Just another hot lap of an 18.378. He's averaging about a second a lap quicker than the rest of the field. So Lockie in a bit of a league of his own at the moment. Anthony Wasson in the second position, Rex Creed and Stuart Pearson rounding out the field. You're watching GTE. Lachlan just cranking off low 18-second laps. He's really on a mission at the moment and consistently a second quicker than the rest of the field.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Rocky Pearson still leading the way. Anthony Watson in 2. Rex Creed in 3. Stuart Pearson in 4.
Watching Lockie run around this track at the moment, consistently sitting in the sort of low 18-second bracket. Fastest lap, an 18.241. That was his last lap, so he's still punching out some very good numbers. Race is almost complete. The GTE is an 8-scale electric 4-wheel drive car. I'll ask not sure what turn they're running, but I will find out and let you know shortly. Okay, all drivers have finished in this race. Lachlan with a 17.517, Anthony Wasson a 15.516, and Rex with a 14.521. So again, a masterclass by Lockie. I'll just find out what turn these guys are running. Okay, it's a 2800 kV, which doesn't relate to the question of turn, but 2800 kV. Next race up will be the GT8 in the first run of the GT8s. Jason Clark, Camo, Chris, Paul, Mike Farrell, and Augustus. So the first run of the GT8s. No worries. Thanks, Scotty, for tuning in. Just waiting on some marshals to take position, and we'll get this GT8 class for the Queensland State titles and the FEMCA championships. This is round one for the GT8s. Okay, the GT8 are finally making their way out. This is the first heat of the GT8s. Jason Clark, Camo, Chris Martin, Paul Farrell, Paul Fay, Mike Farrell, and Augustus Northup. Currently on screen, you can see Mike Farrell getting ready to compete in this next GT8 run.
Drivers, track is open, track is open. So GT8 T2 drivers should be going through scrutiny now, should be getting ready to go. GT8 T2 drivers, please be ready. Not riding around, losing too much time.
About 2 minutes to the start of the next race. Currently GT8s. Ooh, a bit of bashing and barging happening out there at the moment, but I'm sure they'll sort themselves out. Qualifying is about racing the clock. It's not man on man, so you set your time as you pass the start finish line, which is at the beginning of the front straight. Just over a minute to the start of the race.
Thanks very much to our volunteer bikers for helping out there as well. It is very much appreciated. And everyone's got their teethers checked in. Oh, no one's broken.
Various makes and models currently on track. Hong Nor, Infinity, Serpent, Mugen, and this particular class is obviously a nitro class, so yeah, definitely all gas engines.
20 seconds from start drivers, 20 seconds.
So 1/8 scale four-wheel drive, little nitro ones in there for their refuel. They'll start their race very shortly. Okay, timing's live, so as they cross the line, which is down the front of the main straight here, they will start their individual clocks and race for their 7 minutes.
Coming around here, Camo Jason is 20.678. Jason Clark is 21.1.
Just waiting for the cars to cross their line and trigger their starts. Looks like around the 21-second mark at the moment, but they should come down into the 20s fairly quickly as they settle down. Jason Clark putting down a 20.206, which is the fastest lap of this race so far. So Jason Clark dominating this heat at the moment. Paul and Camo, position 2 and 3. Looks like a problem with Mike Farrell. Looks like he had a DNS. Jason Clark actually putting down some consistent lap times here, which would put him on a race pace of around a 21.705, which well in front of the rest of the field. And Jason actually just putting down a new hot lap of a 19.799. Jason looks like he's averaging about 0.7 of a second faster than the rest of the field at the moment, or faster than second spot. So Jason Clark leading the pack, followed by Paul and Camo. About halfway through this race, still Jason Clark well out in front at the moment. He's got a big buffer in front of Paul, and Camo rounding out the final third spot. Watching some of the slightly slower cars move wide for the leader to get through. A lot of courteous driving happening out there at the moment, which is good to see. Once again, these are 8-scale 4-wheel drive nitro engines, 21s. Various brands out there: Hongnor, Infinity, Serpent. Still current positions are Jason, Camo and Paul. About a minute to go. Jason still with a dominant lead over Camo and Paul. Jason just went through pretty consistently doing around the high 19s at the moment, and 19.7s, 19.6. About 30 seconds of this race. Jason should finish on a 21.701 at the moment, maybe a 21.700. And Jason going faster again, a 19.557. That's the hottest lap of this race. Camo starting to put down some nice laps as well now. It's consistently in those high 19s. Just waiting for them to cross the line and we'll get the final results. Okay, Camo's finished. He will finish in second spot with a 21.716. Jason has taken out the win with a 22.719. And Paul has taken out the third spot, 21.719. Augustus with a 20.712 and Chris with a 20.716. Well done, drivers. Now we have Group 2 of the GT8s coming out.
Thank you very much, drivers. So GT8 making your way off the stand. Cars should be going to scrutineering and making your way straight out on track to Marshall, please. Nice quick turn around here, please, guys. Hit number 1 drivers. Once again, you'll be up straight after GT8. 200 mil per hour. Hit number 1 drivers. You'll be up straight after GT8. Hit number 2, which is our next hit up.
Okay, this should be a hot race. So Jeff Hammond, who's the top seed for this group, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roche, Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony Wasson, Rick S, and Jackie Chan. We'll just get the marshals in place, and yeah, this should be a hot race to watch.
Number 1 drivers should be making their way out to Marshall, please. GT8, I see heat number 1 drivers making their way out to Marshall. We have 6 drivers, we have 6 Marshall. Just waiting for one more Marshall. We should have 6 out there. Mike Farrell. Need one Marshall at the right hand side here. So looking for one Marshall on the right side.
Okay, marshals are moving out there now, so we should be able to get underway. Track is open, so they'll start their warm-up.
Is still start driving, signal still start. Once again, 200 mil through drivers. Please be getting ready. We'll be rolling straight to the next round.
Currently watching the FEMCA Championship for GT8. Also the Queensland State title for the same class. This is the warm-up. Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger, Lockie, Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony, Rick and Jack. About a minute to the start of the race. About 30 seconds to the start of the race. They come in and refuel now. They must run 7 minutes on one tank. So this is a 7-minute run, so no refueling once they start. Okay, the track is live. Okay, we'll let them settle down and get into their groove, and we'll start rattling off some lap times for you. Okay, looks like Jeff sets down the fastest lap on the opening group with a 18.757. Russell's fastest lap 18.9. And Lockie Roach getting into the 18s as well now, and 18.939. Looks like only 5 cars on track. Looks like Rick and Jack have failed to start. So Jeff still consistently into the 18-second laps, last with an 18.7. Looks like Russell and Lockie battling out with low 19s. Still Jeff Hammond out in front here at the moment, followed by Russell and Lockie. Had a car ball back into the pits. I'll try and figure out who that was shortly. Looks like it may have been Rick, actually. Halfway through this race, still Jeff Hammond taking the lead at this moment. Russell Greninger and Lockie Roche in third position.
Over the halfway mark here with 3 minutes 10 left to go. 200 mil for drivers. Once again, please be ready. 200 mil for any number 1 drivers to be ready to go. You'll be up next. There will be no break in between rounds.
Good race between the top 3 drivers, Jeff, Russell and Lockie, lapping very similarly at the moment. Jeff an 18.8 on the last run, with Russell with an 18.8 as well, 18.89. Still Jeff, followed by Russell and Lockie. All 3 drivers very consistent. So far, it looks like the average lap time for Jeff sitting around 18.9. Average for Russell, a 19.1. Average for Lockie, a 19.4. And Anthony, a 22.1. Rick's out at the moment, but he was lapping in the, or averaging around 19.8, but he only actually did 6 laps at that point. Top 3 drivers lapping in the low 19s at the moment as we get down to the last stages of this race. Last time around a 19.15 for Jeff, 19.2 for Russell and 19.1 for Lockie. Top 3 drivers lapping very similarly at the moment. Should be on their last few laps. As they cross the line, they will finish. So Anthony Wasson has finished with a 19.705. Just wait for the rest to finish and then I'll read out the... Yep, they're all finished now, with Jeff Hammond taking out the win on a 23.714. And Russell Greninger with a 23.718. Lockie a 22.705. So that'll give TQ for round 1 to Jeff Hammond. That concludes round 1. There'll be a short break, and round 2 will commence. Currently watching the Queensland State titles in conjunction with the FEMCA Championship for GTE and GT8.
There will be no breaks for this round. We'll have a lunch break at the end of this following round. Alright, so GT8 heat number 2 drivers out for Marshall, please. GT8 heat number 2 drivers out for Marshall. Now it's FEMCA heat number 1 on 2. Mike Jackson, Michael Koenig, Scott Liston, Tyler Clark, Thomas Mitchell, Paul French, and Ricky Kay.
Okay, we're going straight into round 2. So Nitro Tours will be up first. This is heat 1, round 2. Michael Jackson, Mick Jackson. I have to stop saying that. Another Michael, Seric and Scott, Tyler, Thomas, Paul, and Ricky Kay. 5 minutes to the start of this next race. We're straight into round 2. There will be a lunch break at the end of this round.
One of our GT8 drivers, going number 6. So we should have 6 marshals out there. We have 6 drivers on that last race. Brett Hammond, Russell Manisco, Lockie Rose, Rick Marcolozzi, Emily Watson, and Jack Dunn out the marshals. So we should have 6 marshals out there. Yeah, if you can, please, mate, that'd be awesome.
Okay, warm-up has started for heat 1, round 2, Nitro Tours. Watching the Queensland State titles in conjunction with the FEMCA Championship for GTE and GT8. About a minute and a half to the start of the race. Okay, we've just started round 2 of the Queensland State titles and the FEMCA Championship for GTE and GT8. You're currently watching the 200mm Nitro Tourers, Heat 1, Round 2. Current positions, Mike Jackson, Michael Serick and Ricky Kay. Thomas Mitchell sitting in 4th, not too far off the money. It's like Tyler Clark moving up into the 3rd spot. So current positions, Mike Jackson, Michael Ferrick and Tyler Clark. Ricky Kane must have had a bit of an oop somewhere. Got a car coming back into the pits now. Marshals are running a car back through the centre of the track. So we'll have a look and see who that is.
Stay wide up turn 1. Clear now.
So Ricky Kay's come back into the 3rd spot again. Tyler just moving slightly down into the 4th spot. Michael Serick and Mike Jackson battling it out for the lead.
Michael out front over Mike Jackson in 2. Ricky in 3, Tyler in 4.
Actually, Michael Serick has a comfortable lead over 2nd spot at the moment. current positions: Michael Serick, Michael Jackson, Ricky Kay, and Tyler Clark in the 4th position. Paul French in the 5th. Looks like Thomas Mitchell and Scott Hubberson are out. About 2 minutes to go. Actually, it's pretty close again with Michael Serick and Mike Jackson. They're only literally a few tenths apart. One minute remaining. Yeah, very good battle now here between the top 2 drivers.
45 seconds remaining, drivers. 45 seconds remaining. Mike Jackson over Michael Cernick.
Nothing in it between Mike Jackson and Michael Serick.
Seconds left on the clock, 19-2 for one. Cernick, Mike Jackson with a 19-1. Those drivers putting some of the best insights from last time by.
Okay, they're on their last laps here. It's going to be a good close race for the top position. Looks like Mike Jackson has taken the top spot on a 21.702. Michael Serick on 21.703. Ricky Kay taking the 3rd spot, 21.717. Tyler Clark in the 4th position, 19.707. Paul coming around now. So all cars have finished. Okay, Heat 2 will be Nitro Tourers. Ty, Andrew, Zach, Tom, and John. So Heat 2 of the Nitro Tourers up next.
Drivers out to Marshall, please. Or 200 number 1 drivers out to Marshall. Good 7 drivers. We have 7 Marshall on the previous list. much for our marshals. Nice quick turnaround. Take your turn on the Del Toro. Heat number 1, drivers. From the Del Toro. Heat number 2, track is open. Track is open.
Okay, the track's open now. So they'll do their warm-up, and I think it's about a 3-minute warm-up.
And that is everyone checked in. Thank you, drivers. Exactly what we need to have today. Nice quick turnaround. Drivers being ready. Marshals out of position as early as possible. And then should go out of here at about 6 o'clock. 2 minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start. Quick switches. Clean out. Min the half till start, drivers. Min the half till start. One minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start. Time to beat for Mike Jackson. 21 lap run. 7:02.5. 21 in 7:02.5. 45 minutes till start, drivers. 30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds. 20 seconds.
Okay, the track will be going live soon. They're just doing the final countdown. Okay, the track is live. They are racing.
John Taylor with 18.7. There's 2 laps in time oil at 17.948. That's nothing to 17.942.
Ty Moylan consistently lapping in the high 17s. I think it's 18 flat. So sitting at an average lap time of an 18 flat. 18 average lap time for Andrew Bardetta, sitting in second spot around 18.5. So Ty looking the goods at the moment. Ty, Andrew and Tague rounding out the top three positions with Zach in fourth. John and Tom rounding out the rest of the field.
2 minutes down, 5 minutes left to go. We got Roland over Andrew Barnett in 2. Todd Taylor in 3 of his 4 tenths of a second behind. Jack Barnett in 4. John Tatum in 5. And Tom Sigwood in 6. Tom and John changing up in the last lap around. 2 minutes 15 down.
Yeah, Ty consistently lapping a few tenths, 2, 3, 4 tenths quicker than second spot, which is Andrew Bardetta. Yeah, about a 3 tenths margin. Yeah, Ty running a very consistent race at the moment, lapping consistently in the low 18s. Just cracked back into the 17s with a 17.954. That's Ty Moylan. So doing it easy out there in the front of this field. A good 4 tenths faster overall. Consistently 4 tenths faster than Andrew Bardetta sitting in second position, and Tay Cater in the third position at the moment. Ooh, a slow lap by Ty on that last run, 23.3, so he's had a bit of an oops on that last lap. Two minutes. About a minute and a half to go with Ty still leading this race, about 6-7 seconds in front of Andrew Bardetta. Ty Cater in third position, Zach Bardetta in fourth, not that far behind the third position car of Tate. Tom is in the 5 spot and John in the 6 spot. Andrew Bardetta trying to close that gap. A few tenths faster over the last few laps.
Remaining drivers, 30 seconds remaining. Time more over Andrew Bardetta. Todd Cater and Jack Bardetta
About 30 seconds of this race remaining. We had Tay had a bit of a oops in the middle of the field just as he came into the flip-flop, so that's moved him back into the 4th position, allowing Zach Bardetta up into position 3. I'll be crossing the line now to complete the race. Ty has finished on a 23.704, taking up position 1. Andrew Bardetta has finished on a 23.711, position 2. And Zach Bardetta has position 3 on a 23.716. Looks like Tay had a bit of an oops there towards the end of the race, which moved him down to position 4, 23.717. 22.718 for Tom and a 21.712 for John. Masters will be your next race. So the Masters, 8-scale Masters, Tak Wu, Daniel Morris, Andrew Shard, Scotty Craig, Chainsaw, Mr. McCulloch, Jason Clark, and Snapper. Just waiting on the marshals to get into position, and the 8-scale Masters will be underway. This is 8-scale Masters round 2 of the Queensland State titles, in conjunction with the FEMCA champs for GT8 and GT8. While we're waiting for this race to start, a big thank you to Speedy RC, sponsor for this event, and trackside support, first class trackside support for your racing needs. Speedy RC. Track is open for the 8-scale Masters, so they'll be on there now to start their warm-up laps. Okay, the 8-scale Masters underway in their warm-up session. They'll start their racing very shortly. Looks like we have a full field of 7 cars for this race. 1 minute to the start of this race.
Stay wide, stay wide. Clean out, thanks guys. Caution off the sweeper, caution off the sweeper. 20 seconds till start, drivers, 20 seconds till start.
Okay, the race will start. The countdown is on. Okay, the track is now live. As they cross the loop at the start of the front straight, they will start their timing.
Across the line, 18-0, 17-7 from that blue. Cross the back straight, stay wide, clean out.
So Daniel Morris putting down some very aggressive lap times, 17.05. Backed it up with the 17.051, so some pretty consistent fast laps. 16.65 for Daniel Morris, now fastest lap of the race. Takwu in the second position, Andrew Shards in the third position. Yeah, Daniel Morris getting into a bit of a rhythm now, 16.808 on the last lap. Good racing for second and third at this position with Takwu and Andrew Shard. They're literally a second apart. Daniel Morris still on fire. 16.589, fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Daniel Morris very consistent with his lap times at the moment, all in, running in the 16s. At this rate, Daniel will put a good lap on the rest of the field. Daniel Morris still lowering the best lap time down to a 16.559. Really getting into the groove now, Daniel Morris. Takwu sitting in second, Snapper up into third. Currently Daniel, Tack, Snapper, Andrew, Chainsaw, Jason and Scotty Craig. Bit of a slow lap by Daniel on that last one, back up into the 18, so and then 22, so obviously had a few issues in that last lap. And back into the 16s for Daniel Morris after two very slow laps. So Daniel Morris, Tack Woo, Snapper, Jason Clark, Scott Craig, Chainsaw, and Andrew Shard. Daniel Morris well out in front. Actually, Tack sitting comfortably in second spot now. Best lap from Tack is a 17.181. Snapper a 17.306. Chainsaw a 17.214. And Chainsaw moving up into the 3 spot. So we now have Daniel, Tack, Chainsaw, Snapper, Jason, Scotty, and Andrew Shard. Looks like Andrew Shard may be out. You see some very courteous driving there as they allow first and second to go through. So still Daniel Morris followed by Tack Woo and Chainsaw. Daniel Morris putting down a 16.524 new hot lap. Tack Woo with a 16.978. That's his fastest lap of the race so far. "45 seconds of this race remaining. Daniel, Tack, Chainsaw, Scott, Jason, Snapper. Andrew out. Tack Woo with his new fastest lap of this race of the 16.826. So Tack Woo towards the end of the race putting down his fastest laps. 10 seconds. Just wait for them to cross the line. I'll give you the results. I have a big fan of Daniel Morris by Shane out there cheering for him. So Daniel Morris takes the win on a 25.708 and Tack Woo with a 24.708 in second position. Chainsaw in the 3 with a 23.714. Scotty Craig 22.707. Jason Clark 22.710. Snapper and Andy Shard looked like they had both DNFs. Well done, Daniel. And well done, Tack, and well done, Chainsaw. Okay, next race up will be the 8 scale open.
So we should have our Masters drivers out to Marshall, please. Masters drivers out to Marshall. So Daniel Morris with a good run there, taking TQ of round number 2 of Masters. No, we did have 7 drivers in that last heat. We're just going to pause just for a second here, guys. Going to have a quick pause, see what this rain, this little shower does. There is not pretty much anything on the radar, so it should just be blowing through. Marshals, if you do want to jump undercover, I'm fine with that just for a couple of minutes. Tack looks to be enjoying it though, so. I don't think that I've ever had a state or national titles here without the rain interfering. So hopefully this is the worst it gets, guys.
Hey everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. I'm getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry, but the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes just it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beaches aren't far, and it makes a great destination to come race. Bring the family. You can do a lot of stuff. So that's a little look at England Park Raceway here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, fantastic club that supports racing, and if you got a chance, we hope you can make plans to join us here at England Park Raceway.
Okay, we're getting ready now. We had a small delay, a little bit of a slight sprinkle of rain, but not enough to wet the track. The track is now open for the 8 scale open. Russell Greninger, Tim Moylan, Richard Alsop, Al Savage, Cameron Newcomb, Andrew Gillespie, Chris Young, and Jackson Nayland. Okay, less than a minute to the start of the 8-scale open. Russell Greniger, Tim Moylan, Richard Alsop, who actually isn't running. He's decided that he's already qualified for the main final, so he will keep his car cleaned. Al Savage, Cameron Newcomb, Andrew Gillespie, Chris Young, and Jackson Nayland. 30 seconds to the start of the race, guys. Okay, the track is now live. Racing. All right, most cars are settling into the race with Russell and Tim putting down some fairly aggressive first laps. 16.5 with a Russell, 16.439 now, fastest lap for Russell. And that's also the fastest lap of the race with Tim Moylan on a 16.469. So only a few tenths or hundredths in that. Andrew Gillespie up into the 3 spot, Al Savage in 4, Chris Young in 5, Jackson in the 6 spot, Cameron in the 7, and Richard is keeping his car clean. So looks like Tim, a couple of little hiccups there. So his lap times just moved into the 17s, while Russell still continues to run around in the high 16s. I think Tim has actually lost a few laps here, so a bit of an issue for Tim, unfortunately. So now Russell and Andrew will be battling out the top spots with Al Savage coming into the 3 spot. Looks like Tim and Cameron are out. Yeah, Russell setting into a nice rhythm here at the moment, punching out some very consistent lap times, 16.4, 16.4, 16.4. So really doing some very nice work on the track. Andrew Gillespie up there in the position 2. Fastest lap of the race, Russell Greniger, 16.310. Yeah, Russell doing extremely well out there at the moment. Very consistent. Well, having said that, I just probably jinxed him. He just did a 17.6. So, sorry, Russ. Current positions, Russell Greninger, Andrew Gillespie and Al Savage are your first three at the moment. Russell back into the groove with the last lap of 16.476. Now Tim's back out on track at the moment, obviously getting that car sorted. Just follow Tim for a bit there, and on the timing program, not so much on the camera. Let's see what his lap times are. Yeah, looks like he's still having a few issues out there at the moment. So we'll go back to Russell Greninger. Last lap of 17.011, so still lapping very consistently. Andrew Gillespie, 16.886, so he's progressing quite well in this 8-scale open group. His fastest lap, 16.52. Al Savage also travelling well, sitting in third position. First three cars all into the 16s, 16.9 for Russ. Also for Andrew and Al, all sort of running around in the 16s, high 16s. Okay, that's time. When they cross the line, the race will be over. Okay, Russell is finished on a 25.705. Andrew on a 25.714. Just waiting for Al to cross the line. 25.714.9. So not much in it between Andrew and Al. So first three cars all on 25 laps. Okay, that completes the 8-scale open. Next group will be the GTE. GTE, which is a FEMCA championship event. Lachlan Pearson, Anthony Wasson, Brian Rutley, Rex Creed, Stuart Pearson.
Open drivers out to the track to Marshall, please. Open drivers out to the track to Marshall.
Okay, track it is now open for the GTE.
Hey, Jackson, would I be able to get the marshal the following race? Would I be able to get the marshal the next race? Is that okay? Cheers, mate. I much appreciate it.
Just in the warm-up process for the GTE. About a minute and a half until the start of this next race. Once again, we'd like to thank Speedy RC for their sponsorship of the event and the trackside support. Speedy RC always attends major events, whether it's on-road, off-road, travels everywhere. Pretty much the race's mate. So well done, and thank you, Michael Sherman. And 1 minute to the start of the race. Okay, race will be underway shortly. Doing the countdown, 10 seconds to the start. Okay, the track is live. So Lachlan Pearson again just leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. An 18.615 and then an 18.614. Pretty much a second faster than second spot. $18.387 for Lachlan. So actually good to see Anthony now. Anthony Wasson just doing an 18.8, which yeah, it's actually good to see. Rex Creed on a 19.9 and Stewart on a 21.074, their fastest laps.
Number 1 drivers, you're ready to go. You're up next. GT8, number 1 drivers, should be ready to go. GT8, number 2 drivers, start making your way over through. Nearing get your cars, tires, and fuel sorted. Horse off that straight, stay inside, stay inside. Clear now, clear now. Just a reminder, whilst there will be quietness on track, we will have a lunch break at the end of GT8. At the end of GT8, I see we will have about a half an hour lunch break.
Still Lachlan Pearson dominating this current race, with Anthony Wasson in second. Rex Creed sitting in the 3 spot. Anthony starting to creep into those 18-second lap bracket a little bit more consistently, which is good to see. Lachlan running a very consistent race, virtually punching out mid-18s the whole time. One minute remaining.
Second time about to start taking on down one. Here's the last one by putting the hot up and he's down 18.236.
So just at the end of the race here, and 18.236, fastest lap of the race by Lachlan Pearson. They will be finishing as they cross the line.
Cross the line, you will be done, drivers. Cross the line, you will be done.
So Lachlan Pearson taking out the win, 17.515, and Anthony Wasson 16.524. Yeah, Anthony unfortunately had a pretty slow last lap. Rex Creed in the 3 spot, Stuart Pearson in the 4 spot. Next race up will be GT8, Group 1.
Start of the race. Up next, race number 6.
Okay, Jason, Camo, Chris, Paul, Mike and Augustus will be the drivers in the first group of the GT8.
Yeah, Jackson, if I can get you on number 1, that would be great. GTE drivers make your way out to Marshall, please. We'll get one on shift number 2, 1 and 0, and 5 and 6. looking for two over the right hand side. Just going to cover one of them. We got our marshals out there. Thanks very much, marshals. Should be fine. 3 minutes. Track is open. Track is open.
Okay, the track is now open for the warm-up for the GT Group 1 of the GT8s. One minute to the start of the race. Okay, the track is live racing. These guys have got to run 7 minutes on a tank. No refueling, as they obviously refuel before the start, and they must run the 7 minutes without a fuel stop. This is the GT8 FEMCA Championship in conjunction with the Queensland State Titles. All cars have started their run. I'll just let them settle down a bit, and we'll start looking at their lap times. Should all do low 20s, crack some 19s. We'll see how they go. Well, Jason Clark with a 19.794. Current positions, Jason Clark, Augustus and Mike Farrell. Jason Clark still well out in front of this group. Augustus moving up into the second spot and Paul into position 3. Although I think Paul may have had a bit of an issue there, so maybe in pit lane and put him back down to the end. Yeah, it is. Paul has into the pits with a problem. So that'll put Mike Farrell back up into position 3. Camo 4, Chris Martin in 5. Yeah, Jason Clark has basically walked away from the rest of the field at the moment. And probably about a half a second a lap quicker than second place Augustus. Half a second a lap consistently quicker. And Augustus probably the same, about a half a second a lap consistently quicker than Mike Farrell. So Mike Farrell sitting in position 3. Jason Clark, new hot lap, 19.684. Yeah, Jason getting into the groove now, just punching out 19-second laps. So Jason from Augustus, Camo moving up into the 3 spot, and Mike Farrell slipping down into the 4th spot. Looks like Mike had a very slow last lap. Yeah, it looks like Jason had a few issues in that last lap with a bit of a rollover. Still maintaining the lead, but geez, lost a lot of time. Lost about 8-9 seconds. About a minute left. Jason Clark still holding down the lead. Augustus into the second spot. Chris Martin into position 3, camo 4. Mike Farrell in the 5 spot. Okay, Jason Clark. Fast lap 19.563. Okay, counting down to the closing stages of this race. As they cross the line, they should be finished. Got a car stopped on the back straight. Okay, Jason Clark has finished on a 21.710. Looks like Augustus had a bit of an issue there and has been carried in. So he did not complete his last lap. So it looks like he may have run out of fuel. So well done to Jason Clark on that on the win on that last race. Up next is the GT8 Group 2, Round 2. Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roche, Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony Wasson, Rick S. and Jackie Chun. After this race, there will be a 30-minute lunch break. Just waiting on the marshals to get into position, and GT8 Group 2 will be underway. Should be a good race between Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger and Lockie Roche. Obviously Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony Wasson, Rick and Jack will also put a bit of pressure on those guys as well. Just waiting, and we'll get these guys on the track very shortly. Good picture of the guys in the driver's stand at the moment. You can see Lockie there closest to the screen, Jack Chun next to him. Small delay, but I'm not sure why. Maybe for marshals. Okay, track is open and they're ready to go. So we'll start the warm-up period for these guys. Watching the Speedy RC Queensland State titles in conjunction with the FEMCA Championship, and this GT8 class is part of the FEMCA Championship. Track temperature should be up, so actually we should have a good race and see some good quality lap times as well. A very experienced field on the track at the moment. These are some of the top drivers in the country. It will be a good race. Still in the warm-up phase. About a minute and a half until the start of this race. Cars should come in for a top-up very soon. You can actually see the pit crew getting ready. – 40 seconds to the start, so they'll come in for their top-up. All in for fuel, and here they go. 10 seconds at the start. A lot of nervous tension in that driver's stand. Here we go. Racing. Track is live. As they cross the line, they will start their timing. Just let them get into a bit of a groove, and then we'll start notifying you for the lap times. Okay, all cars are circulating now. We'll just let them settle down just to get their lap times going. All into the 19s at this stage. It's like Russell Greenidge on the top at the moment with Jeff Hammond and Rick Bartolozzi in the 3 spot. Looks like Jeff Hammond has a bit of an issue. Just had a bit of an incident, so that'll put him down. So Russell Greenidge and Rick Bartolozzi now in the 2 spot. Lockie back up into 3, Jack Chun in 4. Jeff Hammond down into the 5 spot after that oops. Anthony Wasson in the 6 spot. Looks like Rick did not start. A bit of an incident coming into the dog leg. think that's Jeff Hammond's car again, actually. Looks like he's lost his air filter too. So Russell Greninger sitting at position, or sitting in position 1, fastest lap of 19.081. Rick Bartolozzi up into the 2 spot with a 19.2. Lockie with a 19.1. So Russell, Rick and Lockie. Jack Chun taking out the 4th position. Anthony Watson, Jeff Hammond, I think, will be out. Yeah, he did lose an air filter there after his bit of an oops, and these motors are not cheap. So without that air filter, yeah, you don't keep running. Okay, so Russell Greninger is still maintaining the lead. Rick Bartolozzi in 2nd, Lockie Roche in 3. About the halfway mark. Jeff Hammond definitely out. So positions are still Russell Greninger, Rick Bartolozzi, Lockie Roche, Jackie Chun up into 4th position, Anthony Watson 5, Jeff Hammond out. Rick did not start. Fastest lap is still a 19.017, done by Russell on lap 9. So pace a little bit slower than the earlier heat. Now, Lockie's had a bit of a slow lap there, so he's had a problem out on track, which is very unfortunate because he was running very consistently. So Lockie has slipped into position 4. Jack Chun has moved up into position 3. So Russell Greninger in the lead, followed by Rick Bartolozzi, Jack Chun, Lockie Roche, Anthony Watson. Jeff Hammond is out and Rick did not start. Yeah, unfortunate for Lockie. Looks like he's had a bit of an oops. But trying to make up time now with a good 19-second lap. Russell Greninger maintaining the lead, putting down a 19.3 in his last run, with Rick with a 19.1 in his last lap. So the top 2 cars still circulating very quickly. Jackie Chun a 19.7, Lockie a 19.6, so all cars running into the 19s. Okay, into the final seconds of this race. One of the cars has already run out of fuel, so he will have a DNF. Okay, so Anthony Wasson is done. There's a few cars actually running out of fuel on the last lap here. We'll have to wait and see how this pans out. Okay, so all drivers have finished. Russell on a 22.703, Rick on a 22.722. I think he ran out of fuel. Lockie moves up into position 3. Well done, Lockie. 21.706, Jack Chun down to position 4. And I think it was Jack Chun who actually ran out of fuel, allowing Lockie to take the 3 spot. So that completes round 2. And we are now having a 30-minute lunch break.
Hey everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. I'm getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry. But the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really, really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes just it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beaches aren't far, and it makes a great destination to come race. Bring the family. You can do a lot of stuff. So that's a little look at England Park Raceway here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, fantastic club that supports racing, and if you got a chance, we hope you can make plans to join us here at England Park Raceway.
just take a very quick pause here, once again, guys. Just a very quick pause. See what this little shower does. Once again, I think this is probably about as bad as it'll get.
So once again, just a very quick pause here. We've just got a very light shower coming through at the end of our lunch break. Should blow over pretty quickly, guys.
Luckily it happened.
Four minutes to the start of the race.
Alright, so it looks like we're going to have a little bit of an extended break here now, guys. The rain has come down a little bit heavier than what the radar is showing, which is nothing on the radar. So once again, feel free to head over to the canteen, grab yourself a feed if you haven't done so already. Food, drinks all available over there. Give you an update as quick as we can when it comes to how the track's drying out. Shouldn't take too long, guys.
drives. We're going to give the track about 5 to 10 more minutes to dry out a little bit more.
Some sections of the track still a little bit damp out there, so about 5 or 10 more minutes should be ready to go. 200 mil Tourers, you guys can start getting them ready anyway. That way we're ready to go at a moment's notice. Getting a thumbs up as well. About 5 minutes.
Start of the race. Start of the race.
Right, so 200 mil touring drivers, 200 mil touring drivers, heat number 1. Start getting them ready, start making their way up to the stand, please. We'll get our marshals out there, please. GT8, heat number 2 drivers, Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roche, Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony Wilson, and Jack Chun, if you can please make your way out to marshal. 200 mil tourers, heat number 1. Qualifying round number 3.
Welcome back, everyone. We just had a small rain delay, just a tiny shower just passed through. It has wet the track, but basically the heat in the track has dried it just as quickly as it came down. So we're ready to go again now. So we're going to kick off with round 3, heat 1 of the IC 200 mil tourers. It's about 5 minutes to the start of the race, so the heat 3 will be kicking off very, very soon. And I'm sure, thank you, Steve Tully. I thought Anthony Wasson will welcome your Go Anthony comment. Cheers, mate.
So once again, GT8, heat number 2 drivers out to marshal, please. GT8, heat number 2 drivers making their way out to marshal. 200 mil tour, heat number 1 drivers making their way up to the stand. We'll kick things back off once again here in round number 3 of qualifying for the RCRA IC on-road Queensland State Championship and FEMCA Championships with GT8 and GT8.
4 minutes to the start of the race.
Okay, so Mike Jackson, Michael Serick, and Scott Humberson, Tyler Clark, Thomas Mitchell, Paul French, and Ricky Kay will be the drivers in this Nitro Tourer Heat 1, Round 3.
3 minutes to the start of the race.
All right, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Okay, the track is open, so we've got the practice warm-up underway. Heat 1, Round 3.
Mike Jackson. Rick Cardozo. Michael Perry. Tyler Clark. Thomas Mitchell. Paul French.
Drivers, 2 minutes till start.
Scott Humberson.
Less than a minute 30 till start. One minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start. Forty seconds till start, drivers. 40 seconds till start.
About 30 seconds to the start of the race.
20 seconds, drivers. 20 seconds.
This is round 3. Speedy RC Queensland state titles in conjunction with the FEMCA championships. Racing, so the track is live.
And we're off and rolling the qualifying round number 3.
Just let these cars settle into their first few laps.
Michael leading the way over Mike Jackson, Thomason, Paul French, Tyler Clark, early days out there in this one.
Michael S. with the fastest lap so far of a 19.235. A good half second better than anybody else on track at the moment. So your race leader, car number 2, Michael S. putting down another fast lap, 19.09. So really turning up the pace. Mike Jackson on a 19.331. Scott Hubbardson a 19.8. Tyler Clark, best lap so far, 20.359, sitting in fourth spot. Paul French, Ricky Kay, and Thomas Mitchell. Good battle here between Michael S. and Mike Jackson. Probably about 2 or 3 seconds in between those two drivers. Nice tidy lines there from Michael S. coming through the midfield, as with Mike Jackson. But unfortunately, Mike Jackson had a bit of a slow lap on that last run previously. Got up into the 26s, but he's back down to the 19.5s now. Still maintaining second spot. Tyler Clark moving into the 3 spot. 18.814, hot lap from Michael S. He's really extending that lead now. Cars in for fuel. Michael S. back into the 18s, 18.965. So starting to push again, extending his lead over Mike Jackson. Ricky Kay up into the 3 spot. Scotty number 4. Tyler back into number 5. Thomas Mitchell. Looks like Paul French is... No, I think he's out. This race is almost over, about 30 seconds to go.
Final 10 seconds drivers to be done to it. All done. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone's still live. Everyone's still
Okay, they
live.
should be coming around for their last laps now. Michael S with a clear lead. Okay, they're finishing up now. Okay, so Michael S with a 22.712 takes the win. Second place, Mike Jackson on a 21.709. And I'd say Ricky Kay on a 21.714. They are your top three. Scotty Humberson, 27.09. Tyler Clark, 27.10. Thomas Mitchell, 17.715. Thank you, drivers. It's Group 2 now of the Nitro Tourers. Okay, marshals are now making their way out onto the track, so the turnaround should be fairly quickly. We need to make up a little bit of time because of that short rain delay. The weather's clear now, so I don't expect any delays as we run into this afternoon. So Ty Morlin on position 1, Tej Kader, Andrew Bardetta, Zach Bardetta, Tom and John taking out the top or the 6th position. This is your 200ml Nitro Tourers, Heat 2, Round 3.
Drivers from previous history out to marshals, looking for one more on the top left there. That's 7 guys now last here. We've got 7 marshals out there.
Drivers are ready, just waiting for the instruction. Track will be open soon for their warm-up.
Drives from the previous history, all the out to marshals. Thanks, Scotty. Very much, marshals, drivers, track is open.
Track's open for Group 2 of the 200ml Tourers. They'll do their warm-up.
Drivers, 2 minutes till start.
2 minutes to the start of the race. Watching the 200ml IC Tourers, Queensland State titles in conjunction with the FEMCA champs for GTE and GT8.
Until start, drivers.
One minute to the start of the race. Five seconds to the start of the race.
About 30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, 20 seconds till start, drivers. Let's be ready for start. 20 seconds.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Okay, the track is live and we are racing.
Live.
Jack Barnetta, Tom Sickles, John Jenkins.
Making our way around third lap there. Guy Moore with 18.3 cars with 18.3. John Dale with 18.9. Andrew Barnett with 18.6. Josh Nichols with 18.9.
Yeah, Ty Moylan setting some fast laps right from the get-go. 18.092 on lap 2. So it's Ty, Taj, Andrew, Zach, Tom and John. So Ty into the 17-second bracket of 17.797.
Lap run 7:12.4. Down, drivers 5 minutes left to go.
2 minutes down and 5 to go.
At the moment, 30 seconds, 2.8 seconds. Andrew Barnett only 7 seconds behind in third. Putting out his best lap of the run, 18.282. Goes in front of
And Ty Moylan putting down the fastest lap of the event so far with a 17.786. Ty Moylan pretty much about 4 tenths faster than the second place car of Taj. And Taj about 0.2 of a second faster than Andrew Bardetto consistently. So Ty, Taj and Andrew, your first 3 cars.
2:45 remaining to the time ball. Outfront got 7 seconds and now over time to 2. Andrew Barrett is 3. Olivia Marshall on the sleeper. Rolling up the Marshall.
So Andrew Buddetter has slipped into the second spot. So looks like Taj has taken the lead. Andrew into the second. Zach in the third. Looks like Ty has had a bit of an issue there at some point.
Outfront now we got Todd Taylor leading the way. Andrew Barrett in 2. Jack Barrett in 3. Time ball now leading up to E4. Final 30 seconds. Todd leading the way over.
About 30 seconds of the race to go. Still Taj taking the lead at the moment over Andrew Barrett. Ty has moved up into third spot.
Final 20 seconds left to go. Everyone's still live out there.
Okay, that's time, so they will do another lap, and I'll give you some postings after they cross the line for the final time. Okay, the winner of that race was Taj on 23:7:12. Looks like Andrew Bardetta taking the second spot.
Still live out there. Everyone else is going. Get in the room, please, guys. Get in the room.
Just waiting for Andrew to cross the line. 23:7:17 in second spot. Ty in position 3, 22:7:03.
Drivers are screw near it and straight out to Michael Queen from the Victoria heat number 2 drivers. Cars screw near it and straight out to Marshall.
Okay, 8-Scale Masters will be your next race. Tak Wu, Daniel Morris, Andy Shard, Scott Craig, Chainsaw, Mr. McCulloch, Jason Clark, and Snapper. Just waiting on the marshals to get in their position so we can start this race. Round 3. 8 Scale Masters up next. Okay, track is now open for warm-up. Okay, 1 minute and this race will start. Okay, track is live, although there is a bit of an issue with the big prang there in the dog leg. Looks like it's clear, or bits and pieces are clear. That was disappointing. Okay, car upside down on the entrance to the back straight, so marshals are on there now. Looks like, yep. Oh, it's now clear. Daniel Morris, the early leader, with a fastest lap of 16.677. Only car to get into the 16-second lap bracket at this stage is Daniel Morris, Tak Wu and Andrew Shard close behind. Chainsaw, Snapper and Jason Clark. I think Scotty Craig must have had the misfortune on the last lap of the warm-up So it looks like Scotty Craig is out. Daniel Morris puts down a 16.479. Again, the fastest lap so far. Backs it up with a 16.6. So Daniel Morris really pushing hard at the moment. Well ahead of the rest of the field. Tak Wu in second. Andrew Shard in third. Snapper in 4. Chainsaw in 5. Jason Class in 6. And looks like Scott Craig has failed to start through the accident in the last lap of the warm-up. Tak Wu into the 16s with a 16.950. Daniel Morris putting down another hot lap. 16.474, hottest lap of the heat so far. So it looks like fuel stops are over. Daniel Morris still maintaining the lead over Tak Wu and Andrew Shard in P3. Snapper 4, Chainsaw 5, Jason Clark 6. Scotty Craig DNS. Still Daniel Morris pretty much well out in front at this stage, averaging about half a second a lap quicker over second place Tak Wu. Andrew Shard maintaining position 3. Chainsaw, Snapper, Jason Clark. One minute remaining. Takwu doing his fastest time of the heat at a 16.852. Into the last 10 seconds of this race. Just waiting for the drivers to complete their last laps. Daniel Morris takes out the win with a 25.711. Takwu in P2, 24.703. Chainsaw P3, 23 laps, 707. Snapper for 21.7 flat. And Jason Clark, position 5, 21.713. Looks like Andrew Shard has retired and Scotty Craig did not start. Up next is the 8 scale open.
Up now is 8 scale open. The race is concluded.
Okay, so next race we have Russell Greninger, Tim Moylan, Richard Alsop, Al Savage, Cameron Newcomb, Andrew Gillespie, Chris Young, and Jackson Nayland. And yes, believe it or not, I can see Richard Alsop in the driver's stand. Richard's chosen to sit out the first 2 rounds, so let's see how he goes in round 3. Track is now open. Looks like we've got a few more spits of rain coming down, so they've called the cars back into pit lane. Very disappointing. But the cars have returned to pit lane. There has been a rain delay. Blue sky everywhere, but looks like one small dark cloud above the track. Would you believe it? Shouldn't take long for that to pass. It's only just a slight drizzle.
if you do want to jump inside, feel free. If you do want to come in, like a little bit heavy for a minute here.
Okay, the rain is starting to come down a little bit heavier now, so that will cause a bit of a delay. So yeah, we'll be probably 10-15 minutes before we can even look at getting this race underway.
Hey everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. I'm getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry. But the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes just it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beaches aren't far, and it makes a great destination to come race. Bring the family. You can do a lot of stuff. So that's a little look at England Park Raceway here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, fantastic club that supports racing, and if you got a chance, we hope you can make plans to join us here at England Park Raceway.
said, we're going to have a little bit of a pause here at the track. It's going to take a little while to dry after that last shower. We'll keep you updated with the day's schedule as it dries out. We'll let you know what our plans are as soon as possible. Can we get a couple of helping hands or volunteers just to help us on the brooms and a couple of blowers just to move around some of this water? Might give us a little helping hand, speed the cost up a little bit. your way up to race control, please. State delegates, if I can get you off for race control, please.
everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. I'm getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry, but the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes just it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beaches aren't far, and it makes a great destination to come race. Bring the family. You can do a lot of stuff. So that's a little look at England Park Raceway here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, fantastic club that supports racing, and if you got a chance, we hope you can make plans to join us here at England Park Raceway.
Yeah, the track at the moment just about ready to get racing underway. Probably another 15 minutes, they're suggesting. We're going to finish this round of heats. So we've got 4 more races to go, which is about an hour's worth of racing. After that, they'll have another meeting to decide whether they do another round tonight. And we'll probably have to finish under lights if they do. So at this stage, we are definitely going to try and get the last 4 races in today and possibly another round.
Hey everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. Getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry, but the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beaches aren't far, and it makes a great destination to come race. Bring the family. You can do a lot of stuff. So that's a little look at England Park Raceway here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, fantastic club that supports racing, and if you got a chance, we hope you can make plans to join us here at England Park Raceway.
obviously an extended break today. Been told probably about 5 minutes, or 5-minute warning. So, with that in mind, 8 scale, we will be in. 8 scale open drive. You guys can start getting ready once again. We're going to try and at least finish this round off, at least. We'll see how we go after that. But 8 scale open drivers. You guys can start getting ready, please. Out marshalling, what we'll have 8 scale masters. So 8 scale masters drivers, you can start making your way out to marshal. We'll try and get things back underway here. That is looking pretty good out there. So once again, 8 scale open drivers, you guys can start getting ready. We'll put a bit of time on the clock and do a countdown.
Looks like the track is going to open again. We'll continue the racing with the 8 scale open.
8 minutes from the start of the race.
So it'll be round 3, 8 scale open. So we've got 4 races to go to conclude this round. So coming onto the track soon will be Russell Greninger, Tim Moylan, Richard Alsop, Al Savage, Cameron Newcomb, Andrew Gillespie, Chris Young and Jackson Nayland.
Start of the race.
So 8 scale masters, 8 scale masters, making your way out to marshal, please. 8 scale masters, making your way out to marshal, please. 8 scale open drivers should be making your way up into the stand.
Start of the race.
very much for all of our marshals out there. So 8-cell open drive is going to give you an extra minute. We'll give you an extra minute of warm-up. Feel out the track. Please take it easy for the first few lap flyers. Maybe spread yourselves out, off the eye out for crashes. The driver's track is open. Track is open.
Okay, the practice session or warm-up has started. 8 scale open on the track. Track looks good after that rain, so we'll see what the lap times reflect.
Start driving, so the 3 minutes full start. Track is looking pretty good out there.
About 1 minute 30 to the start of this race.
Drivers.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Okay, track is live, racing has commenced. like Russell Graniger and Richard Alsop have failed to start this race, so it looks like we have 2 DNS. Did notice Russell pull into the pits there just before the start of the race, so turned the engine off and took to the back of the pits. Not sure what happened to Richard. So after 4 laps, Tim Moylan sitting in position 1. His fastest lap so far is 16.786. So it'll be Tim Moylan, Andrew Gillespie, Al Savage taking the first 3 positions. So Al Savage on a bit of a mission, fastest lap of the heat so far, 16.774. So our race leader, Tim Moylan, just put down the fastest lap, 16.708. So Tim Moylan again with a 16.555. Cameron Newcomb not too far behind on a 16.679. Actually, fast lap now 16.47 by Cameron Newcomb, 16.547. Cameron on a bit of a mission. Like Tim had a bit of an issue there and has pushed him all the way back down into position 4. So a bit of an error there. Al Savage now taking the lead, followed by Andrew Gillespie and Cameron Newcomb. So Andrew Gillespie up into P1, Cameron Newcomb now P2, Al Savage P3. Tim Moylan still closing in, sitting in P4. Top 4 drivers punching out some nice 16-second laps. Bit over a minute to go. Andrew Gillespie still holding down the lead. Cameron Newcomb up into second. Al Savage in P3. Top three drivers all within 4 seconds of each other. Andrew Gillespie P1, Cameron Newcomb P2, Al Savage P3. The positions changing between Al Savage and Cameron Newcomb. They're swapping backwards and forwards. Only tenths between those two drivers battling for position, P2 and P3. Car upside down on the back straight, and good work by the marshal. Managed to get that car over fairly quickly. That could have been very ordinary. Fastest part of the track, you don't want to get hit out there. Tim Moylan has managed to sneak his way up into P3. So that was a slow lap by Al Savage. So I'd say it may have been him upside down. So all drivers have finished. So Andrew Gillespie takes the win on a 24.7 flat. Cameron Newcomb P2, 24.703. Tim Moylan got up into P3 with a 24.710. Yeah, that crash definitely cost Al Savage. So 24.710, only half a second difference there, so that cost him. And Chris Young 22.705, Jackson 20 laps in 7:08. Next race up will be the GTE, which is a FEMCA class race. GTE.
Eight-star open drivers making their way out to Marshall, please. Eight-star open drivers making their way out to Marshall. To the start of the race. Eight-star open drivers all out to Marshall, please. Up now is GTE drivers. Hey Jackson, can I keep you again for the next one, mate? Awesome, thank you. 4 minutes to the start of the race.
Okay, GTE is up next. Track is now open for GTE. They'll do their warm-up. So Lachlan Pearson, Anthony Wasson, Brian Rutley, Rex Creed, Stuart Pearson. GT8.
The track is open, drivers. Track is open.
To the start of the race. Jacqueline Pearson. Brett Priest. Anthony Watkins. George Pearson. 1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, so natural start drivers. All drivers are checked in.
45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Okay, the track is live and they're racing.
Underway here, the GT8. Oh, careful, dog,
4 minutes left.
The track looks a little bit slippery after the rain, so the at times don't really reflect what they were doing earlier. So should be interesting to see how the GT8s go, but definitely these cars are sliding around a little bit. Temperature's definitely gone out of the track at the moment, so it's probably taking a bit longer for these tyres to come up.
GT drivers should be getting their tyres on now. And we're ready to go. You're up next. Please be ready. ICC #1 drivers.
These cars are running rubber tyres as opposed to the nitro cars which are running foam.
Lots of different racing, the 18s and an 18.6.
Fastest lap of this group, Lachlan Pearson on an 18.619.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Lachlan Pearson, Rex Creed, and Anthony Walker.
About a minute to go in this race. A bit of a one-horse race, really. Lachlan Pearson well out in front. It's coming through some lap traffic now. Oops, that didn't go so well, but anyway. Okay, race is complete. They're just crossing the line now to finish their last lap. And we're just waiting for Lachlan Pearson to complete his last lap. Lachlan clearly wins this heat on a 16.507. Anthony Wasson on a 14.504. And Rex Creed a 14.512. So GT8's Group 1 up for, next. Okay, Group 1 of GT8s now getting ready to go out. That's Jason Clark, Camo, Chris Martin, Paul Fay, Mike Farrell and Augustus. Mike Farrell, centre of screen right at the moment. Loves his racing. Top bloke. Just waiting on the marshals to take their position so we can get this heat underway.
Thank you very much to our marshals, much appreciated. Drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Okay, they're in their warm-up session at the moment. All of them desperately trying to get their tyres up to temperature. Track temp has dropped down considerably. The ambient temperature also has dropped down considerably, so it's taking a lot longer for the tyre temps to come up. About a minute and a half to the start of this race. Cars look a little bit loose out there, so it is taking a while for these tyres to come up. About a minute to the start. Okay, the track is live. Racing is underway. The first group of GT8s. We'll just watch Mike Farrell on the driver's stand manhandle that transmitter. He's driving that car with all he can. Oh, that's entertaining to watch. Looks like Mike's in the car. Anyway, back to the racing. So Augustus up there in P1 at the moment on with the fastest lap of a 20.679. Camo and Chris Martin taking P3. So lap times look a little bit slower. Ooh, car upside down just in front of our control area. Just waiting on the marshal to get there. Should be okay. Well off the track, so no problem. But Camo has now moved up to the lead. So that must have been Augustus that was upside down. So current positions are Camo in P1, Jason Clark up to P2, and Paul Fay up to P3. Jason Clark, fastest lap, 20.588. Actually, the top three races all doing that sort of 20.6 to 20.8. So Jason Clark, Camo and Augustus fighting it out now for position. Augustus moving back up into P2. So Jason Clark, Augustus and Paul are your top three at the moment, although I think Camo has just pipped Paul into P3. Jason Clark with a 20.296. So not a bad lap for Jason, and holding down in P1. So Augustus moving up through the field again after his little off-road adventure. So now back up into P2. So Augustus really motoring through the traffic at the moment. Jason Clark holding down P1. And Jason definitely lapping just that touch quicker than Augustus at the moment. So last time around, Jason did a 20.4, Augustus a 20.9. Paul sitting in P3, Camo P4, Chris in P5, and looks like Mike Farrell has pulled into the pits. Still Jason Clark holding down the lead, followed by Augustus. About a 3-second gap, I'd say. 20.058 by Jason Clark. So Jason, another hot lap for this heat. Looks like Chris Martin is also now back in the pits, so another DNF for Chris. So Jason Clark still maintaining a respectable lead over Augustus and Camo, rounding out P3. Okay, about 10 seconds of this race to go. Jason Clark should take it out without too much trouble. Just doing their final laps now. Okay, they're crossing the line now to finish. So just waiting on Jason Clark to cross the line and get some final results for you. Okay, Jason Clark takes that heat on 21.719. Augustus on a 27.05. Good drive by Augustus after he had that bit of an oops. Paul Fay in third position, 20.715, and Camo also with a 20.715, so nothing between P3 and P4. Next race up, GT8 Group 2.
GT8 number 1 drivers making their way out to Marshall, please. GT8 number 1 drivers making their way out to Marshall.
Just getting the marshals out on the track so we can get the next group underway. Okay, so on screen at the moment you can see closest to the screen, that's Lockie Roach, and then Jack Chun, Russell Graniger. So you can see those three drivers pretty close to the screen there. A lot of discussion between the drivers and their pit crew. You can actually see that nervous tension all moving around. Lockie's getting a bit animated there. Okay, they'll all square up in a minute and focus on their cars as they're preparing to get out on the track. This should be a nice fast race. The track is open. Here we go. I was talking to Jeff after the last run, and he actually had a servo failure, so throttle servo failure. That's basically what put him out of the last run. I'm sure he'll be keen to make amends and put down some very quick laps for us. So keep an eye out on Jeff Hammond. Russell Graniger has been extremely quick as well, so it'll be a good battle between those two. And I wouldn't rule out Lockie Roche. He's a bit of the dark horse in the pack and up and coming and driving very well. So guys are in their warm-up phase trying to get the tyres up to temperature. These are rubber tyres. They do require heat to generate grip. The ambient temperature is dropping quite quickly, and obviously the track temperature is also falling away quite quickly. There's no heat in that track anymore. Okay, got about a minute until the start of the next race, which is the GT8, which is the last race for this round. "30 seconds. Okay, timing is live. Let these guys do a few laps before we figure out the position. So Jeffrey Hammond, Jack Chun, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roach, Rick Bartolozzi, been racing for many, many years. Seasoned veteran and never ruled this guy out. Anthony Wasson and Rick Sy. So, looks like Russell Greninger setting the early pace with a 19.345 and backs it up with a 19.331. Jeff Hammond punches back with a 19.2 and Lockie 19.2. So the pace is on. So Russell a 19 flat and Jeff also a 19 flat. 19.1 for Lockie. So the top three drivers, Russell, Jeff and Lockie, really battling out. Jeff Hammond, fastest lap so far, 18.954. Russell a 19.2, Lockie a 19.2. Rick's up in around the 19.6s, 19.7s. Jack up around the 19.8s, 19.9s. Looks like Rick Sy did not start. So Russell puts in an 18.916 and then backs it up with a 19.1. Jeffrey Hammond an 18.845. So Jeff Hammond just pipping Russell now and taking the lead on lap 7. So 19 flat for Jeff on his last one, 19.2 for Russell and 19.5 for Lockie. So nothing between Jeff Hammond and Russell Greninger at the moment. They're tenths apart. Lockie just slipped back a little bit at the moment. He's probably about 4 or 5 seconds behind that group.
18-9, that time for Russell Greninger against Jeff Hammond's 19-0. So back going at the end of the second round between first and second, Jeff over Russell. Lockie Roach put down 19-1.
So Lockie picking up the pace a little bit, dropping back down to 19-1s. Jeff Hammond and Russell putting down 18-9s. So a very good battle here between in first and second. There's nothing in there. There's tenths only. Jeff Hammond 18-7-5-0. Jeff Hammond still holding down the lead. Russell Greninger P2, Lockie Roach P3, Rick Bartolozzi P4, Jackie Chun P5, Anthony Watson P6. A couple of minutes left to go. We still have Jeff and Russell punching high 18-second laps. So Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roach, they're the current top three. Jeff Hammond still punching out high 18-second laps. Very consistent. Jeff just stretching his lead slightly over Russell. And Russell has a comfortable gap between himself and Lockie. Coming into the closing stages of this race, Jeff Hammond still holding out the lead. He did have a bit of a moment up on two wheels there, but still maintaining the lead. Russell Greninger P2. Looks like Rick Bartolozzi has moved up into P3. Unfortunately, Lockie slipped down to P4. Okay, they're crossing the line now for their closing laps. I'll give you the lap time shortly. Okay, so Jeff Hammond has taken the win with a 23.718. Russell Greninger on a 22.701. Rick Bartolozzi takes P3, 22.713. Good on you, Rick. Consistent racer for many, many years. Hard man to beat. And Lockie Roach, P4, 22.720. Jack Chun 21.7 flat, and Anthony Watson 18.705. That concludes this round. That's Q3 complete, and I'm pretty sure we're going to go into Q4.
The race is completed. Start of the race. Up next, race number 7.
Alright, so GT8 drivers, I can get you guys start making your way out.
Yep, we're going straight into round 4.
GT8 number 2 drivers making their way at the marshal.
So 200 mil Nitro Tourers up next.
Up next, race number 1. Held by 200 millimeters square. 1 and 2. Race order is Mike Jackson, Michael Taylor, Doug Humberstone, Tyler Clark, Thomas Mitchell, Paul French, Rich Kwiatkowski. Start of the race.
Looking for our GT8 marshals. Looking for our GT8 marshals. And of course, GT8 rolling out in position. Thank you very much, Marshall. Drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Doug Humberstone, Michael Taylor, Mike Jackson, Tyler Clark, Paul French, Thomas Mitchell.
I'm sorry to miss those cyclones. Everyone checked in. Thank you very much. To our marshals as well.
Start of the race.
will start driving and 1 minute to start.
Start of the race.
Okay, 30 seconds to the start of the race.
15 seconds, drivers, 15 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Okay, the track is live. Okay, this is Heat 1, Round 4, 200 mil tourers.
Just over here, we got Ricky K out front, Mike Jackson in third, Thompson in three, Tyler 5 to 4, and Thomas Mitchell around the edge of top 5. Ricky K put down a hot number 10 milestone by 19 flat.
So Ricky K out in front in this group. Mike Jackson coming into the P2 position. Scott Humberson up into P3. Tyler Clark P4. Paul French, Mike Jackson, and Michael, looks like S did not start. Fastest lap 19.005 to Ricky K. Looks like Mike Jackson has a issue with the car. Looks like he's out.
Drivers are Ricky K, Tyler Clark, and Scott Humberstone.
So Ricky K still maintaining the lead with Tyler Clark moving up into second position. Scott Humberson, P3. So about 2 minutes remaining, with Ricky Kay still holding down the lead, with Tyler Clark in second, Scotty Humperson in through.
Back straight, caution back straight. Caution, sweeper, caution, sweeper. Clean out, clean out.
Looks like Paul French has moved up into P3. Scott Humperson down to P4. Current race order: Ricky Kay, Tyler Clark, Paul French, Scott Humperson, Thomas Mitchell. Michael Jackson is out.
1 minute remaining, drivers. 1 minute remaining. Ricky puts down good. That time around 18.851.
So Ricky Kay with an 18.851, fastest lap of the heat so far.
Seconds to go, drivers. 15 seconds to go. Heat number 2 drivers, please be ready. Heat number 2 drivers, please be ready.
Okay, into the closing stages of this race. They're on their final laps. Okay, Ricky Kay takes the win on a 22.714. Tyler Clark in second position, 21.718. Paul French, 18.705. And Thomas Mitchell, 18.706. Okay, Nitro Tours Group 2. Ty Moylan, Tay Cater, Andrew Bardetta, Zach Bardetta, Tom and John. Track's open, so they'll commence their warm-up.
Barnetta. John Davis. Frankie Barnetta.
Just over 2 minutes till start, drivers. Just over 2 minutes till start.
Start of the race. Tom Pickett.
One minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start.
Start of the race.
One minute to the start.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start. Seconds, drivers. 20 seconds.
To the start of the race.
Okay, 15 seconds to the start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Okay, the track is live, racing.
Barnetta. Jack Barnetta. Tom Pickett. John Davis.
So Ty setting down a very quick pace on the opening lap of 17.778. Rest of the field doing 18s, low 18s. Ty backs it up with a 17.9. Few position changes. Ty still out in front. Andrew, Bardetta, Ty, and Zach battling out for the next three positions. So Ty now putting the foot down and sitting in P2. Andrew Bardetta into P3.
Dropping all the way down to P5 now. So hard, Taylor now up to P1.
Outriders and outfield, Andrew Bardetta and Zach Bardetta.
Now, a bit of a lead change there. I didn't see what happened to Ty, but he's gone all the way back down to P5. So we have Tay up in P1, Andrew Bardetta P2, and Zach Bardetta. Oh no, Ty's sort of fighting his way back through. Not quite sure what happened there.
We've got 3 minutes left to go. Ryan has back up on 2 straight. So fair good work to do. 10 seconds behind Ryan for the lead. Andrew Bardetta.
So Ty currently in P1, Zach Bardetta and Andrew Bardetta. Ty Mullen back to P4, Tom in P5 and John in P6. Slow lap for our leader, a 23-second lap. May have been a pit stop.
Zach Bardetta still holding on to P3. 8 seconds to the second minute now between Todd and Andrew.
So Ty really pushing hard now to try and make up some ground, and he is fighting for P3 at the moment.
18 flat gap down to 7 tenths of a second. Nothing in it between Zach Bardetta and Ty Moylan. Ty to the line there, 18-1 jumps in front of Zach Bardetta for P3 now.
So Ty moving back up into P3. And really there's not much of a gap between the first 4 drivers. About a minute to go, and this is a very good race between the top 4 drivers.
Time across the line at 18-1. Todd with an 18-8 that time by a slow lap to Todd. Bardetta to the line. 18-1.
Well, only less than a second between Tay and Andrew Bardetta. It's close.
20 seconds left to go. Boiler with an 18-1 that time by 18-2 from Todd. Bardetta across the line.
Andrew Bardetta, 17.8 on the last lap, puts him into P1. About a half a second in front of Ty. They're on their last lap. waiting on Andrew to cross the line. Okay, Andrew Bardetta takes the win on a 23.708.5 and Ty on a 23.708.8 and Ty Morland 23.710, Zach 23.715, Tom with a 22.707 and John with a 21.718. That's close racing. Okay, 8-scale masters are on now. 8-scale masters.
Number 2 drivers making their way out to Marshall, please. We want to go forward. Number 3 drivers making their way out to Marshall. Looking forward, now trying to go. Marshall's looking pretty good. Thank you very much, Marshall. Drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Okay, track is now open for the 8-scale masters.
Crossing turn 2, crossing into turn 3, crossing turn 2. Stay wide, turn 2, turn 3. Still start drivers, 1.5 minutes still start.
One minute to the start of the race. We have Tak Wu, Daniel Morris, Andrew Shard, Scotty Craig, Chainsaw, Jason Clark, and Snapper.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Drivers, 20 seconds till start.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
8 seconds drivers.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
And loop is live, drivers. Loop is live.
Okay, racing, so the track is live.
and stop. 8 o'clock. 11.
Miles is back out on track. He's driving at 17.5 first lap. Daniel Morris at 17.5. Tak Wu at 18.2. Jason Clark at 19.4. Scott Craig at 18.3. 20.4 from down the top. Daniel Morris comes out flying. Second lap around.
Okay, Daniel Morris, 16.856, hot lap of the race. The current positions, Daniel Morris, Andrew Shard, Tak Wu. Daniel Morris running consistent high 16s and pretty much dominating this race at the moment. Probably a clear, averaging a clear second lap. Tak Wu has moved up into P2. Andrew Shard down to P3. Chainsaw, Scotty Craig, Snapper, Jason Clark.
Daniel Morris out in 1, Tak Wu in 2, Andrew Shard in 3, Dan McKnight in 4, Scott Craig in 5, Stephen Irvine in 6, Jason Clark around number 7.
Daniel Morris, Mr. Clark, and Andrew Shard.
So Daniel Morris, a couple of slow laps there, so not sure what's going on, but it has moved him down to P3. Andrew Shard now up into P1, Tak Wu P2. So back into the 16-second laps goes Daniel Morris. So I'm not quite sure what happened to Daniel there. Had about 3 slow laps. And it looks like Tak Wu probably came in for the pits because that was a 25-second lap. Tak Wu with his fastest lap of this race for, what is it, 16.846. Daniel Morris has moved back into the lead. So Daniel Morris and Tak Wu back up into P2. So current race order: Daniel Morris, Tak Wu, Andrew Shard. They're your top three at the moment. Chainsaw, P4. Scotty Craig, P5. Snapper, P6. And Jason Clark, P7. About 45 seconds of this race remaining. So Daniel Morris about 10 seconds in front of Tak Wu. And Andrew Shard in P3. Righto, car upside down in the back straight, but the marshal's done a great job. So a little bit of an incident there, but it didn't seem to affect the results. Okay, cars are on their last laps. Okay, race is finished. Daniel Morris takes the win with a 25.715. And Tak Wu P2, 24.708. And Andrew Shard P3 with a 24.715. Chainsaw comes in P4, 23.714. Scotty Craig 22.713. Snapper with a 22.717. And Jason Clark at 21.705. 8 scale open will be your next race. Okay, 8 scale open. Russell Greninger, Tim Moylan, Richard Alsop, Al Savage, Cameron Newcomb, Andrew Gillespie, Chris Young and Jackson Nayland. They're up next. Okay, preparing to get on the track now are your 8-scale open drivers. Just waiting for the marshals to move into position. Track's open, so warm-up has commenced. Okay, so looks like all cars are present. Although it looks like Richard Alsop has decided not to run this heat again. About 1 minute to the start of the race.
Drivers, GT8 drivers, please don't make your way through the street here, getting your tyres ready, GT8, ICE number 1 drivers, as well.
Okay, preparing for the start. Now about 40 seconds to the start of this race.
40 seconds till start.
Okay, they're all preparing for the start. Okay, the track is live and racing underway. Let a few laps go past before we start calling our positions. Yeah, just check the camera. Looks like Russell Greninger may have an issue. Doesn't look like he started. So Andrew Gillespie putting down the hottest lap so far at a 16.625. Andrew in P1, Tim Moylan in P2, Al Savage in P3. So obviously put the mockers on Andrew, so Tim Moylan has just moved into P1. Oh, Andrew and Tim swapping positions as they cross the line. So Al Savage with a 16.480. That's the hottest lap of the race. Nothing between Tim and Andrew for P1 and P2. Probably half a second in that. Cameron Newcomb was in P3. Al Savage is now in P3. Cam back to P4. So current race order: Tim Moylan, Andrew Gillespie, Al Savage, Cameron Newcomb and Chris Young, Jackson Nayland. Russell Greniger has now made his way onto the track. We're at the halfway mark. Tim Moylan still holding down in P1. Andrew Gillespie P2 and Cameron Newcomb up to P3. Swapping backwards and forwards between Cameron and Al Savage. Looks like Russell has retired the car. Just about 2 minutes, a bit over 2 minutes remaining. So it's Tim over Andrew over Al. They're your top three. Cameron back to P4. Chris Young P5. Jackson P6. Cameron has just done his fastest lap of 16.832. About 1 minute remaining. So P1 is Tim, P2 Andrew, P3 Al. Okay, into the dying stages of this race. Tim Moylan, Andrew Gillespie up into P2, Al Savage P3. Okay, they'll cross the line and finish this heat. Okay, so results of that race. Tim Moylan on a 25.708. Andrew Gillespie 25.711. Al Savage 24.704. Cameron 24.705. Chris 22.703. Jackson 27.11. And Russell looks like he's trying to get an engine tune. So moving on, we have the GTEs will be on the track now. GTEs.
Drivers, 8-star drivers making their way straight out to Marshall, please. 8-star drivers making their way out to Marshall.
Start of the race.
Eight-star open drivers making their way out to Marshall, please. 8-star open drivers making their way out to Marshall. Just looking for Marshall to cover left-hand side. Good drive, the track is open. Give it a minute and a half. Hey, Moira, can I give you Marshall the next one, or are you racing GT? You're not racing GT, are you? I'll give you Marshall the next one, please, mate. Thank you.
Next three.
Okay, GTE, your next race.
1 minute to the start of the race.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Okay, this race is about to start.
4, 3.
The track is live.
Track is live. Track is live. GT8. Next heat up. Heat number 1, please be ready. GT8, heat number 1 drivers should be ready to go. Let your tyres on. Ready to get Arakalak for the final 2 heats of the day.
Okay, just over a minute remaining. Lachlan Pearson in a bit of a league of his own again. Rex Creed in second. Stuart Pearson in third. Fastest lap done by Lachlan on an 18.271. Fastest lap for Rex is a 19.950. Looks like Stuart's doing 24s. Okay, that's time. So when they cross the line, that will conclude this heat. Clear winner will be Lachlan. Just waiting for Lachlan to cross the line. Okay, so Lachlan on a 17.519, Rex on a 14.509, Stuart on a 12.5.38. Okay, next group will be GT8. This will be the last, there's 2 more races to go, and that'll be the program completed for today. This is the Queensland State titles in conjunction with the FEMCA Championship for GTE and GT8. Proudly sponsored by Speedy RC. Okay, so next race will be Jason Clark, Camo, Chris Martin, Paul Fay, Mike Farrell, and Augustus.
GT8, heat number 1, off to final 3 heats of the night. 5 minutes to the start of the race.
Just waiting for the marshals to get in place. The track will be opened and they'll commence their warm-up.
Volunteer out there for this one, please, guys. We can find a volunteer to help us out from the back straight away. It's a little bit darker now. We'll put that a little bit out there. When we get one volunteer to help us out for this race, please, drivers. Drivers in the pits, if you're all going to stand up there, well, excuse the helping hand right now. Drivers will open up the track. Track is open.
Okay, track's open, so warm-up has commenced. About 3 minutes to the start of the race.
Just looking for one volunteer, please, guys. Just one volunteer. Good boy. Still looking for a volunteer in the pit, please. If we have a volunteer out there. Hurry up. Get a helping hand out front. The big pit, please. One volunteer is all we need. Don't hold us down to one.
Two minutes to the start.
Thanks very much, mate. It is much appreciated. Oh. Caution back straight, guys. Caution back straight. Can we get all cars slow right down back straight, please? All cars slow down back straight. All cars slow down back straight.
One minute from the start of the race.
Have a
Marshalling.
we're going to have a pause here, guys. We're going to have a pause just with the England marshalling out. We're going to have a pause. Can we just bring the cars in? We're going to have a brief pause here, please, guys. You put your thumbs up. We're going to extend practice here. We will extend practice by a minute. If you do want to keep lapping, we're going to extend the practice just by an extra minute here. Alright, so marshals, if you can, we'll start returning to position, please, guys. If marshals can start returning to position.
Five seconds from the start of the race.
Alright, 30 seconds till start. Can I get one of us Moreland boys? Yeah, you guys are all over it. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Moreland boys. 15 seconds till start, drivers.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live.
Okay, the track is live, so we're running the first group of GT8s. This is the second last race of the night. We'll just let these cars settle down for their first few laps. The track is live and they are racing. Augustus sitting in P1 at the moment and putting down the fastest lap so far at a 21.7. Mike Farrell up into P2. Jason Clark P3. Chris Martin P4. Looks like Camo and Paul have both decided not to run.
Left.
2 minutes down, 5 to go. Currently Augustus, Jason and Mike Farrell. So Augustus still holding down P1. His fastest lap so far is a 20.6. Jason P2 with the fastest lap of a 20.8. And Mike Farrell, fastest lap at 21.9. Chris Martin in P4, 22.2. Looks like Mike Farrell in the pits with a problem.
Drivers, 2:15 remaining. We've got a bit of outrun. Jason Clark in 2, Chris in 3.
So looks like 3 cars on the track at the moment. Augustus, Jason and Chris with about 2 minutes remaining.
GT8, heat number 2 drivers, please, are you ready? That's all drivers done. That is all drivers done. GT8, heat number 1 drivers, make your way. And straight at the marker, please.
Okay, so Jason Clark took out the win on 27.01, Augustus 27.04, and Chris Martin 17.709. GT8 Group 2 up next. Just getting the marshals into position. This is the last race of the night.
Looking for the rest of our marks out there, please. GT8 drivers, got heat number 1. GT8 heat number 1 drivers, making your way out, please.
Okay, so last race of the night. GT8 Group 2, Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roach, Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony Watson, Rick Sy, Jackie Chan.
All right, drivers, track's open. Track's open.
Okay, the warm-up's now commenced. GT8 Group 2. about 1:30 to the start of the race. This is the last race of the night. So race order will be Jeff Hammond, Russell Greninger, Lockie Roche, Rick Bartolozzi, Anthony Watson, Rick Sainsbergen, and Jackie Chan. One minute to the start of the race.
Start of the race.
30 seconds to the start.
20 seconds till start, drivers. 20 seconds till start.
Yeah, it's a bit cool up here at the moment. They're all pretty much rugged up, ready to race. The chill factor's quite low, so yeah, they're all wearing as much jackets as they can get. Race has started. The track is live. Okay, they're all crossing the line now to start or trigger their timing. Okay, so first lap's out. Jeff Hammond on a 19.5. No, sorry, Jack Chun on a 19.5. Jeff on a 19.8. Lockie on a 25. Rick on a 21.8. Okay, a few drivers looks as though they have a DNS, Russell, Anthony and Rick, so only 4 cars on track. So Jeff Hammond with a 19.2 and Lockie with a 19.6, Jackie Chun with a 19.5, Rick with a 19.6. Anthony Wasson has now made his way onto the track. So current race order, flicking around a little bit. We'll let it settle down, but Jeff Hammond, Lockie Roche, Jack Chun is your top 3 at the moment. Lockie just puts in a 19.3. So Lockie on a bit of a charge. Jeff Hammond a 19.226 is his fastest, backed it up with a 19.229. Super consistent. Okay, Jeff Hammond 18.896. He's really cranking it up now. The current positions are Jeff Hammond, Lockie Roche and Jackie Chun. Jeff Hammond a bit of a break over P2, Lockie Roche and Jack Chun. Jack Chun and Lockie pretty much on the same time, so they will be swapping backwards and forwards. I think Jack has just pipped Lockie. So Jack now into P2, Lockie into P3. Less than a second between those two drivers. About, less than a second between those two drivers, Jack Chun and Lockie Roach. Jeff Hammond's pretty much checked out. He's probably 10 seconds up on those two. Okay, Lockie just puts in a good time and pips back into P2. So Jack Chun down to P3. Okay, Jeff Hammond still pushing 18.850. Hot lap of the heat. Actually, Rick Bartolozzi's in there as well, so my apologies, Rick. He's on the hunt as well, so anything between Lockie, Jack and Rick Bartolozzi. Nothing between those drivers, less than a second between those second, third and fourth. And it looks like Rick's on a bit of a charge at the moment. Okay, a bit of an issue for Lockie there. He's just had a problem. He's back down to P4. Rick Bartolozzi, who was on a charge, back up into P2. And Jackie Chun P3. Jeff Hammond has definitely checked out. So Jeff Hammond, Rick Bartolozzi, Jack Chun and Lockie Roche. This is a good run by Rick Bartolozzi. He's found some pace finally. Good to see. Under a minute to go. Jeff Hammond still punching out lap times in the 18s. The others are all in about the mid-19s. 30 seconds. So Jeff Hammond still with about a 9-10 second gap over Rick Bartolozzi, Jack Chun and Lockie Roach. Closing stages of the race. They've got about a lap to go and it'll be all over. Jeff Hammond takes the win on a 22.701. Just waiting for the others to cross the line. Just waiting for the final positions to come up. Okay, so as I mentioned, Jeff Hammond takes the win on a 22.701. Rick Bartolozzi, congratulations, Rick. Well done, 22.714. Jackie Chun, 22.715. And Lockie Roach, 21 flat. So that concludes the program for today. There will be one round of qualifying tomorrow and then the finals. So that is the conclusion of tonight's race program. And I won't be here tomorrow. We'll have somebody else on the mic tomorrow. So a lot better than I will be. So enjoy tomorrow's racing. And thanks again for checking out the racing at England Park. The Queensland State titles, the FEMCA champs, and special again thanks to Speedy RC. Cheers, everyone.
Hey everybody, Scotty Ernst here, and in the travels and where in the world is Scotty. This week I find myself in Brisbane, Australia at the beautiful England Park Raceway. This circuit is something that I've had the privilege and honor of being part of for a couple times. We had a couple big events of my own here, the Asian Nitro Championship in the AOC, and this racetrack is setting up for the FEMCA Championship next year in March, and they asked me to say a few words of my experience here. And this place is really special. They've hosted a lot of big events in the past. They had the 200 millimeter Worlds here. I think it was 2006. They had a large scale Worlds here. They had the Bike World Championship here last year. And it really is a beautiful facility and a place that you should put on your list. If you want to go to a big international event, I definitely would say put England Park Raceway on your list. I'm getting ready to turn a few laps here at England Park, but this place is really cool. They got, as I said earlier, it's got just a great facility. They got 120 plus pit spaces here. One of the unique things is a sunken pit lane. There's very few of these that we have in our industry, but the first time I came here, I saw this was so awesome, and it makes pit stops really easy because it's right at chest level when you come in. It makes it really fast for pit stops, but easy for young and old. There's 260 some meters of circuit. You're doing about mid 15-second laps for the 8 scale class, and it really makes just it's an awesome circuit. So much fun to drive. Got a little chicane in it and a little high-speed bank corners. It's really an awesome place to run. The FEMCA Asian Championship is going to be coming up mid-March here in Brisbane, and that time of the year the weather is beautiful. It's about 20-25 degrees. There's a lot of great things to do. The Steve Irwin Zoo is real close. The beaches aren't far, and it makes a great destination to come race. Bring the family. You can do a lot of stuff. So that's a little look at England Park Raceway here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful track, beautiful facility, fantastic club that supports racing, and if you got a chance, we hope you can make plans to join us here at England Park Raceway.